trains, trucks to parachute planes. Let's see where we drift to. Buffers in reverse, roadsides wrecked. It's CK gaming time. Driving trains, trucks to parachute planes. Let's see where we drift to. Buffers in reverse, roadsides wrecked. It's CK gaming time. Driving trains, gaining destinations, forgetting to stop. Driving through red lights, bad buffer stops. It's time for CK Sim Gaming. CK Sim Gaming time. CK Sim Gaming. Driving through stations, forgetting to stop. Driving through red lights, bad buffer stops. It's time for CK Sim Gaming.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to another. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to another Microsoft Flight Gamulator stream 2024. Back in the Sting S4 today for some more drifting. Where will we drift to today? Not in Kazakhstan today, or Kyrgyzstan, or Uzbekistan, but we're back in Birmingham to see where we're going to drift to in the UK. Last time we drifted, we ended up kind of going in a southwesterly direction. Sometimes I've gone east or northeast or southeast, so it'll be interesting to see where we end up today. So let's get over to the plane, shall we? And yeah, let's get on with this drifting. So here we are, we're in Birmingham on the runway here. I've got the engine running just because I need to keep the batteries charged up, because otherwise the screens will go off straight away. Got the chocks on as well just to stop the plane from maybe rolling away. Got some active traffic on today at Birmingham as well. So we've got some planes parked all over the place. We've got Jet 2, we've got a bit of TUI, got a Loganair over there with its tartan tail. And what else? We got a Dreamliner there, a TUI, a couple of TUI Dreamliners actually, some Ryanair 737s, and then what we've got over here, not a lot. But anyway, yeah, so hopefully we won't encounter any traffic as we're up in the sky. You can see it's not a bad day today. Blue skies, high cloud, sun is shining. Wonder what the winds are like higher up. Now I've got Volanta running in the background as well, just to let me know whereabouts we are or direction. So every so often I'll be checking into Volanta and showing you whereabouts we're headed. Right, anyway, let's get back into the plane itself, and we'll get the plane ready to do the drifting. So first thing I need to do is I need to make sure that the audio is on. There we go. So you can actually hear the plane. So if you can hear the plane, you can just about probably hear it in the background there. But I'm just about to turn it off now. There we go. So the engine is now off, and I'm going to just take the chocks away. Chocks away, put that back. Now this is the Sting S4 for Marketplace. It is not fully 2024 compatible yet, but you can use it in 2024. But yeah, you can't buy it. You can buy it in Marketplace at the moment, but only for 2020. Although if you do buy it for 2020 in the Marketplace, it'll probably be a free update to 2024 anyway. Although read about that before doing. If you are interested, just read about that just to make sure. I'd hate to feel like I've fobbed you off or anything. Right. So yeah, let's get the parachute deployed. There we go. Get the parachute stuck out the back there. And then we'll be using the magic of slew to take us up to about 45,000 feet, where we'll then be drifting in the wind, and then we'll see where we go. Put down in the chat window if you want to do a little competition. There's no prizes, it's just fun knowing that you might have won the admiration and love of the chat. So if you want to put in a distance you think that we might travel today, then feel free to do that. I'll enter it into a notepad, and then we'll look back at it at the end of the flight to see who was nearest. I'm going to say, just to put my neck out, that we're going to do 63 miles today. Whether we do more, I don't know, but that's what I think that we'll do. Right, anyway, let's get back into the plane, and now we're going to use the power of slew to take the plane up to 45,000 feet. So I'm going to just turn the plane in a westerly direction. I always like to go west, like the Pet Shop Boys song. So we'll go up to about 45, although I've learnt over time doing this in 2024 that you need to probably take up to about 43 or 44, because then when you actually turn off the slew button, all of a sudden you find you've gone up a few thousand feet. So if I go to about 44 and then press slew, we'll probably find ourselves at about 45,000 feet. So anyway, let's get going, shall we? Let's get drifting. So yeah, actually released us at the right height. Okay, well that's cool. We'll just go with 44,000 feet, and we seem to be dropping down at about 500 feet per minute at the moment, and we're doing about 32 knots, and we're heading in a northerly direction. So we're heading north today. That's interesting. I don't think we've headed north for a while. Let's go out of the plane here briefly and just sort of see what direction we're going. So let's see. Yeah, so we're sort of heading in a sort of northerly direction there, drifting along. So that's cool. Probably go down to ground level in a moment, and then we can watch the towns go by. The rate of descent has decreased a little bit. It's down to about 200 feet per minute now. 100. Oh, yeah, it's definitely levelling off. Okay, so let's go down to ground level then, and we can watch the world go by from a little bit closer. See how many cows and sheep we can spot in the fields today. Although, as I said in the last stream, I think that's more determined from your plane's viewpoint rather than the drone. I found that as I've got nearer to the ground, the actual plane gets nearer to the ground, the animals start to appear in the fields, whereas in the drone mode they don't so much. Although they do start to appear in the drone cam once the plane is lower. So I think the height of the plane has something to do with what can appear and what can't appear. Although that's just a theory, and it's a theory that I'd like to keep testing over time. So if I'm drifting along with the plane up there and we suddenly see cows and sheep in the field, then obviously I know that theory can be thrown in the bin. Oh, it looks like there's a track of some sort we're going over there. Looks like a sort of I don't know, like a go-kart track or some sort of track. It's interesting there. They're obviously building a roundabout. It's probably been finished already, because don't forget some of these photo images are quite old. So that roundabout might actually be finished now, but it looks like they're constructing a giant roundabout there, and also perhaps they're doing a... Oh, look, there's another part of a roundabout, so maybe the road goes off. Oh, look, that's there as well, so there's a bit of it here. Is this where HS2 is, I wonder? Is this HS2 stuff? No, it can't be, because they wouldn't be building a roundabout, would they? But I'm wondering if No, I don't know. And over there, look. Is that HS2 stuff? I wonder. I wonder if this is where HS2's coming along down here, and then goes... interesting. Well, just have to keep an eye on that. And over there as well, looks like there's something going on. Right, anyway, enough about all that. Anyway, we seem to be heading north. Does that mean we're going to be flying over near Birmingham itself? Anyway, where's the airport? We must be leaving it behind now. There we go. So there's the airport. Actually, we can't be heading north, can we? We must be going south. Because, yeah, that's Birmingham over there, and the airport's north of Birmingham. South of Birmingham, so we must be heading south. I don't know why I said we were heading north. Maybe we were at the start. I don't know. Anyway, it says we're heading east now. So we're going kind of east. Well, you can't trust me for anything. Don't take me on a trip and expect me to be the map, because obviously I'll end up taking you the wrong way. CK, let's go to Norway, and then 2 days later we end up in Spain. Oh well, I thought we were going the right direction. Or it could be vice versa. You know, you might want to go to Spain and then wonder why we're in Norway. But there we are. But there we go. Right, anyway, we'll carry on going. So we're kind of going east at the moment. And there was me excited thinking we were all going north. But no, never mind. Never mind. Anyway, east isn't too bad, is it? Can see if there's any planes landing on the runways as we're going along. Looks like there's low-level cloud right over there in the distance. Maybe some places have got fog. If you look over there, maybe there's fog in some places. But yeah, there's definitely Birmingham's over there. It's almost in its own little layer, isn't it, of fogness. And photogrammetry, so it looks like so when you zoom into it, it looks like we've just had World War III or something. It looks like we're playing that other game. What's it called? Fallout UK. That's the only trouble. Anyway, we'll just keep going over this land, and then we'll check in about 10 minutes or so to see which direction we're going. As I said, I'm looking out to see if I can see any animals in the fields, but as I said a little while earlier, I still think that's dependent on where your main viewpoint is. And so I think the drone cam isn't what you would call a main viewpoint. Although I do want to be proved wrong, so if I spot any animals in the fields, then that'll be pretty cool. But it could explain why some of our other flights that I've done, like over Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan, we've not really seen much in the way of wildlife. Or Australia even, you know, even flying over Australia. I think a lot of these things will only appear when you're in your plane, but as I said, I want to be proved wrong. So I'm looking at the fields as I'm going along just to see if I can spot any little cows or sheep in them, which suddenly appear from time to time. I'm not expecting every field to have cows or sheep in, but at least one or two would be nice. Just following a road at the moment. I've got the traffic on, I think it's to medium, I think. The road traffic. Looks like there's a static car down there, bit of a construction site going on over there. Of course, you're looking at back at these as in a historical sense, because obviously some of these photo tiles on the ground you know, could be months old. So things that you're looking at could have been different. Might go over a housing estate in development, and now it could actually be finished. Or we could be going over a field which looks nice, and yet in reality now could be having something built on it. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see where we end up today. Will we end up in the sea, I wonder? Or in a lake? Or in a tree? Who knows? That's what I like about these streams. You never know where you're going to end up. Every stream is always different. Yeah, it looks like we're going east for sure, and we're heading towards Coventry at the moment. Just looking on the map while we go, so I just want to see if there's, for some reason it seems to be changing my direction as I go, and it never used to do that. I want it just to stay north, but is it in the settings? Hang on. I'll have to have a look at that later. I don't know why it's doing that. It never used to. Nope. Never used to do that. Anyway, let's come out of here. It's kind of spinning around as I go for whatever reason. I don't know how to turn that off. Turn off screenshots. Let's turn off emergency planes. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. It's just weird. But anyway, let's get back to the sim. And if I can get off the sim again. Sorry about this. Having one of these funny days today. Right. There we go. It should be back now. But yeah, so we seem to be heading towards Coventry anyway. So as I said, we're heading in an easterly direction. The only thing that that is a little bit annoying about 2024 is the markers. Now, those of you that watch my 2020 streams know that I used to have little markers up that used to show you the nearest airfields, and then any towns or villages that we went past, it would show you the place name. So when I was going along here, you could see this and go, oh, that's called so-and-so place, and this little place over here is called something else. But in 2024, those markers don't work. Yes, you get the markers working for the airfields and points of interest, but the actual markers for towns and villages don't show up. Even in the latest sim update beta, still don't work. So it's a shame. And the other thing that is a little bit annoying is on the EFB map, you can get a map up that that you can look at, but it doesn't show you the place names as well. Now, I did have Navigraph working a couple of streams back, and in Navigraph you can have the tablet up on screen and it will show you the names of the towns and the villages as you go past them. But the problem was that it just wasn't updating. So the map would scroll for a little while and then the map would go blank because it wasn't actually updating the map. I might put it on again and see if that actually does anything. So I need to just remember how to get the map to come up. I think it was tab, maybe. Oh, obviously tab in 2024 now is in my keyboard setting is pausing the game. Oh dear. Well, maybe we won't use that then. I'm sure there was a way that I could get it up, the map. It's just learning the shortcuts because I've changed the 2020 shortcuts. I know you can press tab in 2024, but I have changed my keyboard layout to the same as 2020. So I'm sure there was a way that you could get the map to come up on the screen. In fact, I know another way you can do it. You can just go up here. Here we go, CK. Do it this way. Right. So anyway, I went in the apps and there was a Navigraph chart app. And then you could get the map to show up. But then the map doesn't update all the time, literally. And the only thing I don't like about the map is it has an effect on the sim, as you can see loading this up. It's making the game really, yeah, so this doesn't really help me either. And it's probably not going to work anyway because I think I have to have Simlink installed. Yeah, so it doesn't matter anyway. So in fact, that's probably just, yeah, see, this is completely messed up my plane now. See, this is what happens, see. You put on all these things and now everything's getting messed up. Which is not good. Now my plane is doing a... See, this is what I mean with these things that you get running in the background. Terrible. Now it's ruining my plane. Oh well, we'll let it sort itself out. Let it sort itself out. One thing I'm actually going to do as well is going to go into settings while I'm here. Yeah, I know I'm messing up with the flight while I'm doing it. I don't often. Oh, hang on, CK. That's not the one I wanted to press. It's in here. Right, let's just go back here a minute. It's a good job you aren't betting, are you? Because I'm just going to put this one on. This does help me sometimes. Right, let's just see what that effect has. Sometimes it helps a little bit. Right, looks like we're climbing. We're going to make the flight last a bit longer. Oh, I feel like scrubbing it all and starting from the beginning again. Never mind. It's not like horse racing, is it? Oh gosh, we're coming down like a Oh dear, we're really dropping down now. This isn't good. Oh no, I think we're leveling off a bit now. Well, we'll see. Oh dear. Can't get the staff, can you? We seem to be dropping like a rock now. Thanks, Navigraph map. Well, not Navigraph map. But thanks, tablet. Thanks, EFB. Now you've just. Now we're dropping down like anything. And everything was just going lovely, swimmingly, wasn't it? Now we're dropping at 1,000 feet per minute. We're having a laugh. We're having a laugh. Right, I'm going to go back west again. Because, do you know what? I feel like starting again, you know. So that's not even going west, is it? I slewed. It never unreleases the slew in the direction you're going. So I release it when I'm going. Oh dear. Oh no, it says I'm going west. So why is it? Oh, I don't know what it's doing. Oh, there you go. It would help if my compass was aligned properly. That's probably why I thought we were going north. Right, anyway. Oh, that's good. Oh, this is really going well today, isn't it? Luckily, I don't think there's anybody here, so that's all good. Unless you watch the VOD back later. Oh, come on then, load up. That's it. Load everything up. Anyway, it looks like we're heading towards a foggy area. Right, I'm going to promise I'm not going to do anything now. For a while. Just going to leave it be. Just going to leave it be. Still looking out for any animals in fields. Still people getting stuck in cul-de-sacs. I can't get out. How do I get out this cul-de-sac? Wow, look at that truck. That truck's like Pac-Man. Pac-Man's ghost, and the little yellow car's Pac-Man, and it's being chased by a ghost. Imagine that road rage, isn't it? Look at that poor guy in that yellow car, and he's being like chased everywhere by that big white truck. seeing road rage as it happens live in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Bit of a pile on there. Bit like in the cul-de-sac, there's a bit of a pile on. Oh, look at all these, just going over a motorway. See a gantry there. There's obviously a services area just up there where everyone can park up and have some food and drink or whatever. You can still see some fog layers though. We're actually starting to head to the north now. So as we've descended a little bit, what height are we at now? We're at 39,000 feet. Yeah, so that little escapade with the tablet made us drop some height, but we're heading towards Nuneaton now, which we went through in a train sim stream not too long ago. I think we're driving that Buffer Puffer tour, and then we went through Nuneaton along the way, along the Trent Valley, West Coast Main Line. So yeah, it looks like we're heading towards the north now, or northeast anyway. So we'll be going over the West Coast Main Line soon as we go over Nuneaton. It's directly ahead of us. Oh, hang on. Oh no, they're just photo image cattle. For a minute I thought, oh, got some animals there, but yeah, in a way we have, but they're just photo animals. I want live action ones. Live action animals. Some bales in that field. Sometimes they do put in bales in fields as well, I've noticed. Although I haven't noticed it so much in the betas though. But again, there's a lot of things I think that get generated from your plane's viewpoint and the drone camera's viewpoint. It's different. I think once the plane gets down to a certain height, then it obviously thinks, well, the plane's at a certain height, let's start drawing in animals and hail bales and straw bales and whatever bales it wants to draw in. Whereas from this height, the height it's at the minute, it's like, well, it's too high. There's no point rendering animals because you're too high to see them, but it doesn't take the fact that your drone cam might just be very close to something. I think it's also the same with the trees, because I've noticed that when I've got the drone cam out and I go over trees, they don't move, they're still. But if my plane was this height above the trees, then you'd probably see the trees moving. So again, I think the plane itself is like what determines what happens around you locally. I mean, there's no point having animated trees running when your plane is at 40,000 feet up. But because my drone cam is just above the trees, it's still treating it as if I'm still at 39,000 feet above them, so it doesn't do anything with them. Yeah, if my plane now landed in the field and I got out and walked around, you'd see all these trees moving in the wind. Or you'd see sheep and or cows in some of the fields. So yeah, that's what I think anyway. That's my own theory on it. I'm just saying it as I see it. But I think there's a certain height that you're above the ground, and then all these things kick off. Which is why when the plane gets lowered to the ground, suddenly the drone cam starts to see things, because the plane is not very far above the ground then. So they probably have something that says, like once the plane is like at 5,000 feet or whatever, it starts to draw in more stuff. I don't know. That's just how it seems to me. I mean, it's still drawing in the displacement mapping stuff as I get lower to the ground. You can see it draws in rocks and stuff, and the grass, and the plants and stuff. But I think for other things like animals or the trees or the wind, we're moving quite quickly now as well. Our speed has definitely increased as we've got lower, which is good. As I said, I'm just missing these little markers that tell us what villages or what towns we're near. But as I said, we're about to go over near Nuneaton in a minute. So, yeah. I don't know if we'll see Nuneaton railway station or not. But of course, all these theories that I'm talking about would be great if the sim can disprove it. Like I'd like to be going along here now and just to see some sheep in a field or some cows, and then I know that obviously it's not related to where your plane is. But at the moment, that's what I'm thinking. And it would make sense because, why would you want to render cows and sheep if you were so high up? But it'd be great if they could actually link it with the drone cam. So if your drone cam was quite close to the ground, it would then enable these things. Right, it looks like my rate of descent's picked up a bit. But that's all good. I might do 2 flights today, just to see how different the paths are. This flight I'm using today, I'm using Active Sky for the flight, but I'd like to do another flight, but with real weather, just to see if we end up going in more or less the same place. Now there will be a little bit of difference, there might be a mile or 2 difference at the end, because obviously things can change over time, the winds can change over a few hours, so but it'd be interesting to see how close it would be to the original flight path, because I've done it before where I've done 2 different flights more or less. I did one on stream, and then off stream I did one straight after, and they more or less landed quite short distance from each other. Looks like there's some small wind turbines down there, or they might not be wind turbines, maybe they're sculptures in a park or some sort of playing area. There's a school there we're about to go over. You can see a couple of goals, see some markings on the playground there. So yeah, this is Nuneaton, I believe, so we should be going over a railway line soon, which is the West Coast Main Line. I'm not sure whereabouts that is though in relation to the town though, but I'm sure we'll catch it. A little circular area there with some apartment buildings and a little oval road in the back there with a little crescent of a park or something. You can see where people have got little paddling pools or whatnot in their garden. It's an interesting mound that's coming up here. I don't know if it's that pronounced there. That area there is so pronounced. It might be, I'm not sure. Maybe that's what the nun has eaten so far. Interesting little hill coming up here though. See, I wonder if this is an old quarry or something. And then this was just where all the stuff that they dug up, they built a hill with it. It's very similar to what I see in Stoke. There was a coal mine in Stoke, and then they built like and then they got like a hill nearby, which looks like it was man-made. Yeah, that's another quarry that's been chopped away. Still no signs of any railway line yet though. I'm surprised there isn't a little pathway that you can see that leads up to the top. Little pathway up there. Oh, is this? No, it's not a railway line there, is it? That's a oh no, that could be the railway line there actually. Yeah, I think that's the West Coast Main Line here. It's just covered with trees, but you can see where the OHLE goes. Every so many meters, you can see the OHLE catenary stuff that supports all the electric cables. So you can see that. So yeah, there's the Trent Valley route there, heading off towards Lichfield, Trent Valley and all those other places. So yeah, that must be it must be Nuneaton railway station just up there, and then you can see the little railway track that goes off from Nuneaton and heads off and that way. So if you've got the Birmingham 2010 route for Trainsim Classic, that has that little, you can drive along there, that line that comes off from Nuneaton and heads towards Birmingham. Those of you that might have been around for quite a while would have known, you know, I played a scenario with a freight train that went along that line. But I think cross-country services go that way as well, I think. Looks like some interesting houses. I always love how it puts in like a tower block for some things, like an apartment building. Maybe that's some sort of National Trust thing over there. I don't know. Right, how are we doing for height now? We're at 35,000 feet, dropping at 300 feet per minute. And as I said, we're heading sort of north at the moment. Yeah, we're heading north now. So originally we started and we headed east, and then as we've descended, we've curved round to the north now. Oh, there's that red truck, but that little yellow car's managed to escape. Although it's a bit dangerous here. There's some people that are driving on the wrong side of the road. It's like playing chicken. Oh, he's decided to change onto the other side now. He swapped onto the right-hand side of the road. Oh God! Now he's going round the roundabout. He doesn't know where he's going. Oh, he wants to go that way now. No, he doesn't. He doesn't want to go that way. Oh, he's just disappeared into thin air. But there we are. In some aspects, I think that the traffic in MSFS in 2020 and 2024 has regressed. I still think some of the best traffic in a sim is probably the X-plane car traffic. But hey, you know, you don't play a flight sim to have road traffic, do you? Although it is quite fun when you're landing and you can look out and see some traffic on the road. But, you know, I'm probably looking at the traffic with too much of a fine-tooth comb there. Interesting little hill in the distance there. As I said, we're getting over to some foggy areas soon. Going to get over to some foggy areas. But yeah, it's been a while since we've been heading north in a drift from Birmingham. It's normally been a bit of northeast or east or southeast, so it's nice to do a little bit of a north. Another thing I'd like to do with Active Sky actually is do that day when we had the storms a few weeks ago and do a flight in that. Oh wow, check that out. That's one of those. Oh yeah, there's that place which has all the road stuff like the skid pan and the other stuff. Check that out. It's like a test track for cars and things. Seems to be a motor racing circuit there, and then you've got a bigger one that goes around. You've even got an old runway there and all. That's cool. See, I'm so low down, didn't even see that. That's pretty cool. We've been over near here before, on other flights or quite close to it. But yeah, a lot of low-level fog about. Let's put the Volanta map on for a minute. So you can see where we're going on that. So you can kind of see that as I said, we're heading north now. We've just gone over Nuneaton, and we're heading towards. We carry on going in this direction towards Long Eaton and Nottingham and Derby. So we might be going over quite close to East Midlands Airport along the way. We'll also get to see the old Mansfield. I don't know how far we'll get, but we'll be interested nonetheless anyway to see how far we go. Go down a little bit. Yeah, definitely heading towards some hills. Let's just change the brightness up a little bit. As I said, it'd be a shame that you don't know whereabouts you're flying over near. Even on that moving map that you get with on the EFB, it'd be great if you could actually just enable towns and cities on it so you could see place names instead of just the countryside. So yeah, we're just heading towards East Midlands area now, so we'll keep an eye out. Wouldn't it be cool if we actually landed on the airport? East Midlands Airport, that'd be funny. I've got time today, I might do a TSW5 stream. Oh, look at that. There's... Oh, interesting. There is animals. Nice. And my plane is still quite high up. Ah. Fury in the bin. But some of them are in the river having a drink. One of them's legged it. He's like, let's get out of here. It's almost like he's looking up at my thing like, what on earth is that up in the sky? I feel like we might have turned a little bit. I'm not sure though. Anyway, we were heading towards East Midlands Airport, so we'll see where we end up. If we do go over East Midlands, it'd be interesting to see what planes are there. So we'll see what cargo planes are there, hopefully, as we fly by. It's weird that I'm not picking up any contrails or anything, though, because there should be planes flying around, but I can't see... Oh, hang on a minute, there's a contrail for one up there, talking of which... Nice little swimming pool in there. Little round fountain or whatever it is. Down the driveway as well. Who lives in a house like this? David, it's over to you. As I said, I still love how it puts in like these modern apartment buildings. There's obviously a lot of parking spaces in there, but what that is, I'm not sure. What's all that? Things covered up, like blobby things. Look at them blobby things covered up. Secrets. Or not. Bit of a little lane here. Access into the fields for farmers. Oh wow, look at all the animals in there. I doubt if them trees are there though. I think it's just added the trees in because it wanted to. Let's put some trees in there. Looks like we're about to go over another town or a village. Let's see where that is. Colville. I think we've been over Colville before in a stream, because I said it made me think of Farmville, and whether Colville was somewhere where they did like a coal version of Farmville. There's a water treatment plant down there. Interesting little walkway there with some markings to signify something. Yep, about to go over Colville. Oh look, we got some more cattle in the field. In fact, we got quite a few fields of cattle along here. Got some over there, and then we got some in front of us as well. They're all running everywhere, look. Just run where they like. Oh, these ones are running on the spot. They're on exercise there. They're running on running machines. Cow running machines, look, running on the spot. Love it. Oh dear. Oh. Wow, I don't know what's going on here. Oh blimey. We're like sped up. It's like we suddenly had like a gust of wind and off we go. Wow. Wow. It was like all of a sudden, whoosh. It's like we're going round in a circle. It's interesting, as we head towards East Midlands Airport though, there seems to be a layer of fog. Oh, I think I can start to... I think we've turned a little bit more to the northeast now, because there's the power plant, and then East Midlands Airport was kind of over there, I think, somewhere. There's the power place, which has been recently closed down, but East Midlands Parkway Station is nearby. Those of you that have the Trainsin World East Midlands route, or the ones that Just Trains did for Trainsin Classic, you can drive past that power station if you wish. And also it's seen on approach to East Midlands Airport. So that's why I know that East Midlands Airport is nearby, but I think we've turned a little bit in a different direction. Fortunately, I can't tell you where we are now because all my screens have gone off. Oh yeah, there's East Midlands over there. Look, you can see it from up here. So you can see the motor racing circuit, Donington nearby, and then you've got East Midlands Airport itself, and then you've got the power station, which is I think it's just over there in front of just there nearby. So we seem to be heading away from there now. Of course the scenery goes blurry because as I change viewpoint and it's got to reload it all in again. Never mind. Take a while to sort its life out. Seems to have sorted itself out now. But yeah, we're descending quite quick. But our ground speed's definitely picked up as well. Still heading towards near to the power station. Little red building there standing out. I think that's next to a school, because I think that's a school playground there. Perhaps. Yeah, I think there's a school there. Quite a few car parks about as well. I don't know if there's a supermarket chain here that we're about to fly over the top of. No idea. Town centre, no doubt. There was a railway line there as well, going across with a level crossing just there. Yeah, we're descending quite quickly now. See if we can see my... no, still can't see it yet. Still far above the clouds. But yeah, heading towards the power station. I'm guessing the airport's over in that direction. Another quarry there. Oh, looks like we're being covered in fog. Wow. Dunk. Low level cloud. It's active sky updating the weather. It's the only thing that I don't like between the 2024 weather and active sky is active sky still has to do everything in zones. Whereas the real weather, the live weather in the game, obviously, yes, it's different. But active sky has its good and bad points. Although active sky could be a lot better if the weather SDK did get open up for 2024 and 2020. You can change these transitions as well in Active Sky. You can make them do it slower or quicker. It just depends. I think I've got mine set on 75 at the minute. But if you set it to a really low number, it can take like half an hour to do a transition. But then that's not good if you're flying quite quick between areas, because then you're basically not getting a proper weather rendition. Because it'll load it in and go, oh, well, you know, in half an hour you could have gone quite fast, and now you're getting weather that's completely wrong. But yeah, anyway, it looks like we're heading towards the power station. Well, just off to the side of the power station, I think. Although, as we go down, who's to say that we won't turn more in a northwesterly direction, or another direction entirely. Trying to see if we can see the airport. Yeah, so there's East Midlands Airport over there. Hasn't loaded in the building street yet though. You can see the M1 as well, which is heading up, and then you can see the power station over there. And then beyond that will be Nottingham and Derby and other places. Just about to go past another town. See what town that is. That's Loughborough, over to my in front of you at the moment. And then there's Burton upon Trent, near to Derby. Looks like someone's piled up some things along here. Are they cars or something? Or caravans, maybe? Maybe someone's hidden them. A treasure trove yet to be discovered. If you wondered where your stolen caravan went, maybe it's down there. You never know. Who knows what might be down there? Hidden away. Out of sight. From the ground. Oh, I can start to see my parachute plane. Just a dot. It's just a dot currently. Anyway, we're heading towards the power station. And then we've got East Midlands Airport over. Oh, I can start to see some planes. There we go, some planes it's drawn in. Obviously it hasn't drawn in the airport scenery, but you can see some DHL planes over there. Looks like some 767s. Looks like yeah. What else have we got over here? Oh, there we go. We got the airport terminal starting. We've got some Jet 2s over there. Got Ryanairs. At the passenger terminal, and then over here we got some more cargo ones down this end. Is there any planes moving though? That's the thing. Can't see anything moving. So yeah, definitely got some DHLs over there though. Looks like some 75s perhaps as well, and possibly an A300 maybe. Bit of everything over there. Look at the windsock though. The windsock is kind of... yeah. It's interesting. Might give me a clue of what the winds are going to be like down at the surface level as we get lower. Yeah, I think we're just going to skirt past this power station. We're about to go over the M1 in a minute. About to go over the M1. So we are going to be quite close to East Midlands. Still trying to see if there's anything movement any movements on the airfield though. Can't see anything. There's a couple of blank planes as well. Oh, there's a TUI down there. TUI. Oh, there's more. Jet 2s. Okay, there's quite a few of everything really. Got a 737. Oh, that's ASL. Got FedEx. We got not sure what the other airline is there. Another cargo one, and then there's like a little ASL, I think, an ATR there as well. Cool. It's almost like we're moving parallel to the runway now. It's pretty cool though. Oh, there's DHL with a rainbow on the tail over there. There's Donington Park. Now for FS2 2020 I used to have the Perig East Midlands scenery, which is really cool. I don't think it's compatible in 2024. There's the windsock over there. As I said, interesting. It's quite gusty according to that windsock. Hey, hello. It looks so real. Perhaps you are. Good morning from Germany. Hey, Kathy. Hey, Kathy. How you doing? Love your setup, by the way, for the trucks. It's amazing. We're just flying over East Midlands at the moment in the UK. It's a big cargo hub airport for DHL. A bit like you get airports in Germany that are for DHL mainly, like Leipzig, for example. But yeah, just drifting along, just doing one of my drifting streams that I do. I have a plane with a parachute on it, and I let it drift in the wind, and then we just float along. So we started at Birmingham in the UK, and we're just going across. Looks great. Yeah, it's alright. I mean, my PC does struggle with it though. My PC is very old, so it does struggle sometimes with the scenery. But yeah, East Midlands Airport, and then beyond that is a racetrack that you can just about see over there. It's very hard to see, but there was a racing track. It's used in the past for some Formula 1 races. In the past, it's called Donington Park, and they have races there, and it's literally just on the other side of the airport. So they had Formula 1 there in the past. Schumacher and Damon Hill did races there and things. It's used a lot for motorbike racing these days, or for like touring cars and things. So, and we're just going to go over a power station that's been closed down now, actually, about a couple of months ago. So it doesn't actually generate power anymore. So we're just going over a little town. You know, for my race. Oh, great. Yeah, well, there you go. So you've obviously driven around it yourself a few times. Do you know of a place called Goodwood? Because you obviously like racing or car games. You've heard of a place called Goodwood, where they have like a motor festival there every year. I don't know if you have or not. They do a lot of vintage car racing and that there sometimes at Goodwood. I'll type Goodwood. Let's see. There we go. That's how it's spelt. But yeah, that's down my part of the world. It's about 10 kilometres away from where I live. But yeah, Katie and I we were commenting the other day because we watched one of your streams, um, and I think Katie typed in your stream, but I kind of wasn't actually watching your stream live. It was like a recording of it, like you'd already done it. But I liked your setup that you had. It was pretty cool for your Euro trucks. You're very, very lucky. But yeah, it was pretty good. Uh, Katie sometimes is in chat, but unfortunately she's probably busy at work because she does work as well during the day. So sometimes she might have my stream on, but I guess today she's a bit busy. But But yeah, I normally do these streams. I've been doing one when I'm going around the world, which at the moment I'm in Kyrgyzstan, but the winds weren't so nice in Kyrgyzstan today, so I thought I'd give it a miss. So I thought I'd do one of my drifting streams from Birmingham again. But yeah, we're just about to fly over near the power station. And then there's a railway line that runs along here as well. You can just about see a railway station there, which is obviously they decided to put houses in instead, but but yeah, you can drive past this power station in Train Simulator World and Train Sim Classic. There's a couple of routes you can get for them. I don't know if you've ever played Train Simulator. You had problems with streaming your voice. Yeah, well, that's something that you'll overcome, I'm sure, with time. But it's nice to see you drive in and see you set up. It's nice to put a face to a name in a way, which is quite nice. I mean, I haven't really been on webcam a lot for a long time, but I used to when I lived in Sweden for a while. I used to be on a webcam. So if you look back at my YouTube channel, which doesn't have a lot of content on it, but on my YouTube channel, which is the same name as my Twitch name, so it's CK Sim Gaming. On my YouTube, there is older videos where I used to stream from Sweden, and you can see me on a webcam if you're intrigued. But yeah, I haven't really been on a webcam for a while. All I will say is I live in southern England. I'm in my early 50s, and yeah. Now I think this is the Trent, this river here, the Trent River that goes along, and this is the M1 motorway, which was one of the first motorways that was built in the UK. Hence why it was given number 1, M1. But yeah, there's the old power station, which has been decommissioned now, and you could see where the trains would come round, and there was all coal, and that would help power the station. I like your streams. Try to find you there. That's alright, Kathy. But Train Sim World I play sometimes, and sometimes I've been I drive German routes because I like some of the German stuff in Train Sim World. There was a little line that I drove the other day, which is like a little. It was set in the 80s though, like the 90s, and then. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, it's just a little bit different, I like to do a little bit of everything, really. I like to do trains. I like to do trucks. I think Euro trucks for me is just a bit of a chill game, or American trucks. You can kind of just drive along. Have you been doing any of the Valentine's things, Kathy? In Euro trucks and American trucks, they've been doing that Valentine's Day thing. I've not been doing any myself because I've not really been driving in trucks for few weeks. But I used to do these streams with in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So what it is, right? So if I go to where my plane, so this is where my plane actually is. So it's like a little propeller plane, and you can see we're looking down at a city, which I think might be Nottingham or Derby. But I have a plane, and it has a little has a parachute on it. So I sit on the ground and I pull this handle and the parachute pops out, and then I can use a mode in Flight Simulator where I can take the plane up really high, and then I let it drift in the wind for a bit, and then we see where we end up. So depending on the weather, we can go east or west or south or southwest. It just depends, and always seems, you know, it's good just to see where we end up. So of course I've changed my viewpoint now, so now it's going to be blurry ground textures again while it decides to load them all up again. But yeah, you can see there's a bit of water around here as well. And then I use a map called Volanta map, and then that can show you the direction. So if I bring up Volanta now, which is like a free add-on you can get for Flight Simulator, it's like a map, so it can show me my path and where I've been. So you can see now, so we started from Birmingham Airport down here, so here's Birmingham, and then we, at first when we were higher up, we were going to the east, and then as we got lower we started to head more to the north now. So you can see my path. So we're kind of heading towards the town of Nottingham, the city of Nottingham. And then we got Derby over here. And then we flew over near East Midlands Airport, and there's Donington Park, the racetrack. So yeah, that's where we're heading to now. So it can kind of tell you, you know, my speeds and things. Try and turn that off. There we go. So yeah, we're just heading over to Nottingham now. But we're slowly descending. It's so beautiful there. Yeah, unfortunately, if my PC was a little bit better, it would probably look a little bit nicer, but you know. I don't know if you've ever played Microsoft Flight Simulator, even if you just go around. I'll have to do a drift from Germany one day, to start from somewhere in Germany and then see a little bit of Germany as well. Better than mine? No, I don't think so. You need to have quite a good setup to have all those screens and things that you have. Do you know my PC is from 2011. It's very old. I mean, the graphics card is a bit newer, but it's still not like, you know, it's still an old graphics card now. I think it's about 4 years old. My PC? No. I think you've got quite a good setup there. You've got a very big monitor. I've seen some people stream a flight sim with a chair that's very similar to the one that you have for your trucks, but they have flight controllers there instead. Anyway, looks like we're climbing up a bit. Don't tell you the age of my PC. Well, can't be that bad. Anyway, age is sometimes just a number. Well, apart from in gaming, of course. But yeah. But yeah, we're just popping over Nottingham now. And we're slowly coming down. Although at the moment it seems like we're climbing again. Might be hitting some turbulence far up, because this is just a drone camera. So this is just a camera that you have in the sim, which is called a drone cam. So I'm just using the drone cam to be lower to the ground. So. But yeah, it's just the wind. The wind is just blowing me. So the wind higher up where my plane is, it's blowing me along. So. But yeah, we're heading towards Nottingham now. And as I said, I've got no idea where we'll end up. As always, because it always changes every stream. One time I did a flight from Birmingham and I ended up near landing in Amsterdam airport. Another time I've done a stream and ended up in Belgium. Another time near the Alps. Love the landing and much more the start. Oh yeah, the landings. Oh yeah, the landings are quite fun on this. Because you don't really know where you're going to go. The hot air balloon streams are quite funny. To be honest, I've only known you from watching when I've played trucks. Maybe you've been lurking when I've been doing other things. I don't mind. Sometimes fun to be watched secretly. That golf course over there. So when did you start playing driving games like truck games or racing games? Did you start playing them a long time ago? I mean, I remember in the 80s playing driving games, although they were very basic then, but pole position and these other games in the 80s and 90s. So yeah, just heading over the city of Nottingham. 6 months ago. Oh really? Wow. So you kind of just decided one day to play like a truck game and you thought, oh, this is fun, and then you've not stopped playing it. That's pretty decent. So what sort of games did you like to play before that? Before you played truck games? Candy Crush? Angry Birds? I don't know. Just messing about with you. I love how sometimes it'll just put a random house down on something. It's like it's decided to put in like this house for no reason, but I wonder if people go fishing in that lake. Only PC games. Ah. The old ones. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, newer games. I mean, it does depend, doesn't it? I mean, you get some newer games. I mean, I don't like the games where you run around, the newer type games. Not really my thing. They would have been if I were not in my younger days, probably. But I just tend to like these sort of games, you know, simulation games where you're driving a train or a truck or doing something in the, you're old school, you're vintage. You're a vintage woman, like vintage times. Looks like a trying to think what that is down there. Looks a bit like one of those like crazy golf courses or something. Must be like a little play area. But I mean there, you know, like when you have the little golf with the little obstacles, it looks a bit like that. I always like flying over places and seeing like these weird things on the ground and try and work out what they are. But yeah, truck game. I started playing trucks quite a while ago, and when they didn't really have a lot of DLC, there was literally only the UK map and the German and and a little bit of France and Switzerland and the Netherlands, and then they've just expanded it over time with PlayStation. I used to have a PlayStation a long time ago. I first had a Commodore 64 in the 80s, and then my brother had an Atari console in the late 70s. So we had the console, and then I had the Commodore 64, and then later on I got a Commodore Amiga, and then and then and then I got into PC gaming a little bit, and then had a few consoles though. I had a PlayStation, I've had a Nintendo, Super Nintendo, and things, but I tend to be mainly PC these days. I do have an Xbox, but it's quite an old one now, and I hardly use it. But in fact, I haven't even updated it for ages, so I know that when I turn it on, it's going to be probably telling me that there's an update to something. Looks like another racing track over there. Kinda. Just a small one. You can see the track layout. So I don't know where that is. You had a Game Boy. Oh, I remember a Game Boy. Yeah, the little portable ones. Yeah. And then I think they had a Super... Was it a Game Boy? All the different little versions of them. You know, the colour one, the Game Boy Colour, and all these other ones. But yeah, I didn't have a Game Boy myself. Your children had the PlayStation. Yeah, I had the first PlayStation, and then I had a PlayStation 2, and then a PlayStation 3. I got the PlayStation 3 mainly because of Grand Theft Auto 5. Because when Grand Theft Auto 5 came out, it wasn't really it wasn't on PC for a long time. So it first came out on the PlayStation 3, etc., and then it went on the and then they brought out another version for the PlayStation 4, etc., and then it came to the PC after that. But it was mainly just because of Grand Theft Auto 5 I got PlayStation 3, and then with the Xbox I just got Xbox because of the Forza games, because I loved the Forza games, you know, the driving games. And they weren't, you couldn't get them on the PC, but now obviously over time they've changed it now so that all the Forza games come out on the PC, which is why I've not bothered getting an Xbox or a console anymore, because I think, well, they're out on the PC, so I don't need to get an Xbox anymore. It's the same with the PlayStation as well with Gran Turismo games, because I used to like Gran Turismo, the racing games, but they were a PlayStation only. So again, it would just be getting a PlayStation just because of the games than anything else. Interesting little layout there. You can see like where they've built that housing area. It's like in an oval, and then you've got like a little crescent bit in the middle here on each end. So you have like a crescent there, and then you've got a circle in the middle, and then you have another circle bit that goes down there as well. Quite interesting when they're building these housing places. Like that's in a circle, and there's a school or something there in the middle, or a leisure centre, perhaps. I don't think it would be a school with 3 tennis courts. It's probably like a leisure centre or something. The PlayStation games were much expensive. Yeah, they were. But then I remember the Atari games in the 80s being very expensive. I mean, they used to be about 20 UK pounds, which when you think how much things, £20 in the UK in the 1980s, that would be quite a lot of money today. Be about £100 for a game, and it was just a cartridge game. But then, as I've said in other streams, there used to be a shop that used to rent video cassettes. You know, like you used to have in the 80s and 90s. You know, if you wanted to see a movie, you went to the shop to rent one for a few days. So they used to do the same with computer games, so you could rent computer games. So instead of spending money on buying a game, you could just borrow it for a few days just to have a play with it. And then if it was a game you really liked, then you could maybe buy it properly. But if you didn't, just wanted to play it now and again, it was cheaper to do it that way. Right then, can we see our plane up in the cloud? Oh, we're pretty close now. Oh, we're almost close to landing. There's my plane, drifting down. Got a couple of passengers. They're like, they can't wait to reach the ground. So yeah, there it is. It's just floating along. Looks like we're heading towards that like a go-kart track or some sort of track over there in the distance. Yeah, you've always wanted to know what I look like, Kathy. Here we go. There I am with the glasses on and a little hat. And I don't know who the lady is sitting next to me. She just got in and decided. She said, "Can I go for a ride with you?" I said, "Yeah, get in." But yeah, looks like we're heading down somewhere very slowly now. Just drifting. So yeah, in reality, this is a Sting S4 plane. I think they're built in Poland, and they're ultralight planes. And they do actually come with this system of this parachute system built in. So if there's like an emergency, you can make the parachute come out. So you can actually float down to Earth if you want. What's that? What's that monkey thing for? What is that monkey thing for? But anyway, right. So yeah, it looks like we're heading down into might be an allotment or something. We might be landing in some trees. Might be landing in some trees. I think we're going to land in an allotment, actually. It does look a bit wet down there as well, doesn't it? It doesn't exactly look like the best of environments to land in, but whatever it is. Can't do much about it. Looks like bungee jumping. Yeah. Yeah. We're heading down to the blurry mess. Looks like someone's got like a little paddling pool in their garden now, look. The little round circle with the water in it. So yeah, started off, and there's always an end. So I think we ended in Nottingham, I think. Looks like we might be heading for somebody's house. Hope we don't land on their roof. That would be terrible. Where is he? Yep, there he is. It's getting closer. Oh, I think we're just going to miss the house. Luckily. Oh, there we go. We landed kind of... Oh dear. Oops, well, unfortunately, I think that... Yeah, you do. As you get nearer to the ground, you start to hear you start to hear birds and things on the ground. Like if you're near the water, you can hear the water, etc. So you can walk around a little bit as well. I need to turn off motion blur actually because I've got motion blur on. So, but yeah, you can see where the wind is blowing some trees and things, and then the birds. It's got very laggy now. Probably need to mess about with my settings, but yeah, look, they survived. They're there and they're happy. So let's have a look anyway on Volanta and see where we ended up. As always, it's complete now. So let's review my flight. So yeah, as I said, we started from Birmingham at the airport and we headed to the east at first, and we had a little bit of a incident here because I opened up the tablet in the game and then of course it caused chaos, and then we headed over past Nuneaton, and then we went past this really cool test track for cars and things here that you can see. So we went past that, like a test track for cars, and carried on going north past East Midlands Airfield, and then carried on going. Just to give you perspective, I'll just zoom out so you can see whereabouts in England we are, so you can see the whole map. So this is basically where we are here. So there's London here, so you can see this is the part of the country that I was in today. So we ended up in Nottingham, or just north of Nottingham. We landed in the Crabtree Farm Estate. That's where we ended up. We ended up in an allotment. We landed at 500 feet per minute, and we travelled 43 miles, and the journey took an hour and 38 minutes. more or less. So that's not too bad, is it, really? Really good. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Wasn't a bad little journey. Wasn't a bad little journey. Right, let's go back to the plane. So yeah, you can walk about, and you have a little man or a woman, of course. You can make up your own little avatar, and you can have a wander around. Oh, looks like we got stuck in this tree though. I don't think it ended up well. And yeah, you can go into a house. Yeah, with a tree. But yeah, you can have a wander around and hear the flowers and things and whatever. You can do a bit of running. You can check the flowers out. But anyway, so that is the flight for today. That will be the flight for today. As I said, there are other streams I do. I'm doing one over Australia at the moment as well. So, but anyway, I'm gonna disappear off now for a little while. Gonna have something to eat. Actually, it's only 11 o'clock. You know what I might do? I don't know what to do actually. Is there anywhere in Germany, Kathy, you'd like me to go while you're here? If not, no worries. Anyway, that was that. And go back inside the cockpit. Like so. So this is what it's like inside the plane. And then I've got a little tablet here. And then in the tablet I can put the parachute back away. Like so. There we go. Right. I'm thinking about maybe doing another one. Now it's getting difficult because of the tree. Yeah. Yeah, but that's all right. I mean, that's the ending spot anyway. So this is basically like where I did. So I used to do all these all the time. So I used to start from Birmingham, and so here we go. So we got the UK here, and then just choose free flight. But I was using a different weather plugin for that flight, so I might do one now where I'm going to start from using a different weather plugin instead. Seeing what difference that it has. So I might do that. So the same flight but different plugin, just to see if we end up doing the same kind of flight. So we can start again from here. So I'm going to go back to Birmingham, and then I'm going to see if we go the same kind of direction. So here's the airport over here, so we'll just do that. Let's just put this down here. like so. Set as departure. So we'll go back here. I want to redo it, but with live with the in-game weather. I want to see if it ends up having a similar flight path to the one we've just done. I'll just be intrigued. So, right. So here we are again. Right, so I'm going to change the weather now to the live weather. So you can change the time of day in here as well if you want to. You can just move a slider. So let's put live weather on. So this is live weather. So it was a bit foggy, and then you can change the time of day as well. So you can have night time, you can have any time you want really. Right, anyway, so we put the live weather back on. So this is the so you can see there's some planes over there as well, because we are at Birmingham Airport. So let's get into the plane, and we'll get it running just for a few minutes. Just need to get the screens on. Have to get the screens on here. And then once these come on properly. Anyway, we've got lots of charge. There we go. So now that's loading up. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn it off again. I just wanted to get the screens up. Right, so the screens are up now. And I just need to sort that out. I'm doing something at Volanta in the background here. Right, so next thing we need to do is do the parachute. So we pull this handle and the parachute will come out the back. There we go. So the parachute comes out like so. There goes the parachute, and then I then turn to the west, because I like to turn to the west. So we're going to look west, and then I'm going to take the plane up really high. So we go up really high in the aeroplane, and then I release it and let the wind take it somewhere. So this is what we normally do. So you can see a rainbow over there. So we just go up through the clouds. There we go. Right, let's release it. Right, so that it's now released into the wind. And then we can go outside. And there's the parachute drifting. I know. It's like going in a super fast elevator cafe. It's like going in a space rocket. But that's how we do it anyway. That's how we get so high in the aeroplane. and then in the aeroplane itself we can then drift. So it's minus 61. Could you fly to the moon? No, you can't go to the moon. They don't simulate that, but you can go quite high up. I mean, you could go very high up if you wanted to. Almost into space if you wanted to go into space, you could. Or to Mars, no. That's other types of games you'd have to do that. If you wanted to go to Mars. But you'd have to find Microsoft Space Simulator or something that they used to do years ago, which I think was more like an educational thing with a CD. So anyway, we're up high, and then what I normally do is then we have the plane here, and then I move the then I would move the camera down towards the ground, which is how we do it, you see. So I always say about the drone camera, so I'm in the drone camera now, and then we can move the drone camera down towards the ground. But it'd be interesting to see if it follows a similar path than it did as the last flight. Yeah, you can already get like space simulators already though. There's games out there that kind of do all that. So yeah, anyway, we're just going over. So there's Birmingham Airport just over there. Yeah. Well, not from Earth, but I mean space games in general. You know, there's a game like Kerbal Space Monkey where you can build space rockets and launch them. There's like Orbiter, is like another game that you can get where you can start from the Earth, and yeah, you know, lots of different things. And then if you go back a long time, there was Elite game where you could start from thing. But yeah, anyway, we're just drifting now, so we'll just see where we end up. See if we take a very similar path to we did on the first flight, because I'm using a different utility now. Before first flight I used something called Active Sky. This flight I'm using the wheel weather. But I just want to see if they follow a similar path. You can see some rainbows over there as well. Let's see. In the fog, in the mist. It's very low visibility. But yeah, you could use this game engine though one day, Kathy, and make truck games from it, because you literally have the road network and you have the scenery, but of course it's just driving 1-to-1 scale. That's the thing, isn't it? Because it's all good having 1-to-1 scale, but can you imagine if you had to drive a truck from, say, Italy to Germany in that game scale? It would take you several days. You'd be doing a stream where you're driving for 4 hours, and then you'd say, right, we have to carry on tomorrow, and it'll take you about a week just to drive it. Whereas in Euro trucks you can do it in an hour. It's a lot better. But yeah, anyway, we're going over a golf course. Jeff, can you say hello in German?
Hello in German is hello.
Hello in German is hello. Oh, maybe it is, I don't know. Well, there you go. See, my tour guide isn't very good a tour guide. I don't know if you heard Jeff then. Did you hear him? Maybe I turned him off. But anyway. Never mind. Oh, actually, we are kind of going to... wow, this is crazy. Jeff, could you say hello to Kathy, please?
Hello, Kathy.
There you go. So there's the tour guide. Jeff, where are we at the moment?
We are currently about 3 miles east of Birmingham International Airport, EGBB, at an altitude of 45,747 feet.
Jeff, what do you think about Euro trucks? In German? Yeah, I think if he can talk in German. I don't know.
I'm here to provide information about aviation-related topics, but I don't have specific insights on Eurotrucks. If you have any aviation-related questions or need information about our current location, feel free to ask.
Jeff, can you tell me where we are, but in German language? I don't know if he'll do it, Kathy.
Wir sind derzeit etwa 4 Meilen östlich des Birmingham International Airport, EGBB, auf einer Höhe von 45.556 Fuß.
Maybe it did. I don't know. I don't know if he spoke it very well, though, mind you. Das ist so crass. Oh, I don't know what that means. Something is so... Yeah, I know the English word for crass, but I don't know if it's the same. Oh. Ugh. Oh dear. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying there. Might have to get me Google Translate out. But yeah, anyway, we're just going over the countryside. His German is better than yours. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Oh, some rainbows there. Yeah, definitely more rainbows here. So what do you like about the truck games then, Kathy? Is it just is it because you find them relaxing? Yeah. You can kind of go from one place to another. Put some music on. Yeah, as we get lower to the ground, you can start to hear more sounds, like you hear the sound of the wind. Stream is another thing, yeah, it is. Like sometimes when I'm playing trucks on my own and I'm not streaming, I can put some music on and I can just pause when I want to, and carry on. Not so relaxing. Yeah. You can see where they're building some houses there. looks like everyone's doing a dirt racing. Let's drive around and make a mess in the building site. What's this? I think it's just where they're building houses, so it's like a construction site. But the cars are just kind of there could be in reality a road here now. So that this might be a road that they were building. So maybe it's finished now in real life, so they've still got where you can see where it went. That makes sense. So there's like cars driving along it now. Because probably one bit of data says there's a road there, and then obviously the photos are saying that the road is they're so fast, the cars. Yeah, but we're not going very fast. We're doing, let's see, what speed are we going at the moment? I mean, we're doing trying to think what that is in kilometres. Maybe 50 or 60 kilometres an hour, so the cars would be going a lot faster than that. You got to remember this, we're just being blown by the wind. So we're going quite quick, considering we're just in the wind, up in the sky. So the cars will go faster than us, because obviously, you know, we're only doing a certain speed. But sometimes I've done flights where the speed of the wind is very high, like maybe 300 kilometers an hour. So then you can go quite far in such a short time. But that's very rare, it doesn't happen very often. Sometimes I've had winds of maybe 200 kilometers an hour. But anyway, I'm just going to show you Volanta map again, and I'm just going to show you the last flight I did versus this one. So this was my last flight earlier on, which is the purple is where we are now. So this is us in the purple. I'm hoping that you can see. Hang on a second. Why is it not updating? Should be updating. There you go. I think there's just a bit of a delay. So anyway, the purple line is the flight that we're on now, and then you can just about see a line, a very faint line just above it here. So you can see this line here that I'm following the mouse. That was the flight I did earlier on. So you can see that it's a little bit different now. As we got lower, it did veer off up to north, so I've got a feeling that as we go down, as we descend, we will also go north. But it hasn't got low enough yet. Because in the first flight, about this area here is where I opened up the tablet and it messed about with my flight a bit, so yeah, anyway, we'll see where we go this time. So we're just going over Coventry, and then we're heading, so we're sort of heading in this direction at the minute, so we're heading east. Although I think as we go lower, we will go more north again, like the first flight I did. But anyway, it's interesting just to see a little bit of a different thing. So yeah, over Coventry. Is there any other games that you will be streaming, Kathy, or is it just trucks? Sorry, I have to start with work in a few minutes. That's okay, Kathy. Many thanks to you and good flight and greetings to Jeff. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for popping in and chatting. It was really nice. And you take care, and I'll see you around. The thing is, if you can speak German to Jeff, he'll probably speak German back, but I can't speak German to Jeff. But yeah, you don't have to say sorry. It's been nice seeing you here. Hope to see you again soon. You need a Jeff, do you? Yeah. See ya. Guten Tag. I think that's German for goodbye, isn't it? Oh dear. Probably getting myself into a mess here. Right, so anyway, I think we're over Coventry, won't we? So that's where we were flying. Over Coventry. So we'll see where we end up this time. It'd be interesting to see. As I said, I think the first flight got a bit messed up with the tablet, because I think the tablet made the sim mess up for a couple of minutes. So I think the plane ended up doing a different flight path. But we'll see where we end up. Be interesting to see if we end up heading north as well as we descend. Currently we're still at 43,000 feet. And the rate of descent is a lot lower. So that's nice. Oh, now we've got to load in all the houses again. There we go. Jeff, any landmarks near us?
At our 2 o'clock, about 3 miles out, you'll see the beautiful River Trent. This river is one of the major rivers in England, stretching approximately 185 miles from its source in Staffordshire to the Humber estuary. Historically, it has served as a vital waterway for trade and transportation since the Roman times, and today it's popular for various recreational activities, including fishing and boating. The river also flows through several picturesque towns, making it a favourite spot for nature lovers and outdoor enthusiasts.
What town are we flying over at the moment?
We are currently flying over the small village of Harleston, which is located in Staffordshire, England. This quaint village is known for its picturesque countryside and charming rural atmosphere. Harleston has a rich agricultural history and is surrounded by beautiful fields and farmland. It's a peaceful spot that attracts nature lovers and those looking to escape the hustle and bustle of city life.
We're nowhere near Harleston. Jeff, you're sacked. What on earth are you talking about, Jeff? Jeff, what's the nearest airport to us?
The nearest airport to us is East Midlands Airport, EMA, located approximately 12 miles to the northeast.
Okay. How far is Coventry Airport?
Coventry Airport is approximately 15 miles to the southeast of our current position.
What? What's he going on about? Jeff, what are you doing? You're completely confused. Jeff's confused. Bad Jeff. Bad, naughty Jeff. Can't trust you. Oh, I know why. Hang on a second. I might have to do new flight. Hang on. Because he's probably... Yeah, I might have to do a new flight. Hang on a minute. Might have to refresh it. Because he might be doing all this based on where we actually landed before. Let's see if I can get Jeff working. Jeff, how far are we from Coventry Airport?
We are approximately 15 miles from Coventry Airport, which is located to our southeast.
Okay, maybe not. Whereabouts are we at the moment, Jeff?
We are currently over Peterhall Farm Airstrip, which is a small airstrip located in the English countryside. It's a private airstrip primarily used for general aviation. The area around here is quite scenic, with rolling hills and farmland typical of the English landscape.
Where's the nearest city?
The nearest city is Coventry, located approximately 15 miles to the southeast. Coventry is known for its rich history, particularly during World War II when it was heavily bombed. The city is home to the iconic Coventry Cathedral, which was rebuilt after the war and stands as a symbol of resilience. It's also famous for its automotive industry, being the birthplace of several well-known car manufacturers.
It's probably saying 15 miles because if you think about it, I don't know how high the 45,000 feet is, because I mean that adds to the mileage, doesn't it? So he's basing it on where the plane is itself. So how many miles up is 45,000 feet? How many miles is that? That's about 7 or 8 miles, isn't it? So let's have a look. Yeah, 45,000 feet in miles. I know I'm not in fact with 45,000 feet, but it just gives me an idea. 8.5 miles is 45,000 feet. So we're at the moment, we're at, let's see, whereabouts are we at the minute? 41,000, so 42,000 feet, so 42,000 feet in miles is nearly 8 miles. So yeah, 8 miles, plus we're a few miles away from Coventry now, so it could be why it says 15 miles, because you got to add 8 miles on to wherever he says. So when he says he's 8 miles from somewhere, it might mean that we're literally over the top of it. Anyway. Are there any racing tracks near us?
Yes, there is a racing track nearby called the Donington Park Racing Circuit. It's located about 10 miles to our northwest. Donington Park has hosted numerous prestigious events, including the British Grand Prix and various motorcycle races. It's a popular venue for motorsport enthusiasts and often features a variety of racing events throughout the year, attracting fans from all over the UK.
Yeah. So we're just heading towards Rugby now, I think. But I think as we descend, we'll start turning more to the north. We'll see what happens. As I said, the first flight I think got affected by when I opened the tablet. So. So yeah, we're sort of heading east in a minute. Going over the West Coast main line there. Are we flying over a railway line at the moment?
Yes, we are currently flying over a railway line. This particular line is part of the West Coast Main Line, which is a major railway route in the UK connecting London to Scotland. It's one of the busiest rail corridors in the country, serving both passenger and freight services. You might spot some trains whizzing by below us, carrying everything from commuters to goods.
Well, I doubt if we'll see any trains, but we would do if we were on train sim. But hey, at least he got the route right. Let's see if it will pick up a motorway. Are we near a motorway? See what it says about this.
Yes, we are flying near the M1 motorway, which is one of the major motorways in the UK. It runs from London to Leeds and is known for being one of the busiest roads in the country. The M1 was the first interurban motorway in the UK, opening in 1959, and it has played a crucial role in connecting various regions. You might spot some traffic below, especially during peak hours, as it serves as a vital artery for both commercial and personal travel.
Well, at least we'll spot some cars along here as we go by. That's for sure. So our flight path's a little bit different on this flight here. Yeah, so we're starting to slightly turn more to the north now as we descend. Going to go over somewhere called Lutterworth in a minute. Can you tell me about Lutterworth?
Lutterworth is a small market town located about 8 miles to our southwest. It's known for its historical significance, particularly as the birthplace of the famous inventor and engineer George Stephenson, who is often referred to as the father of railways. In the early 19th century, he developed the first successful steam locomotive, which revolutionised transportation. The town also has a rich history dating back to the Domesday Book in 1086, and it features several notable buildings, including St Mary's Church, which dates back to the 12th century. Lutterworth's charming streets and local shops make it a pleasant spot for visitors.
Yes, this is obviously an industrial estate over here. I wonder what they've got there then. Oh, all those buildings used to be part of an old RAF base, which was called RAF Bittiswell or Bitswell. So I guess they built an industrial estate there instead. Over there, that's where the RAF base used to be. A lot of rain showers about, which we were above. Doesn't look so nice from up here, does it? Yeah, Jeff at the beginning he thought I was still at the place where we landed, which is why he was a bit off with all his where he was talking about. Because I think where we mentioned about Staffordshire, I think that was where more or less we landed near there. So you always have to do a new flight and say intentions if you're going to do a new flight, just so he resets to where you actually are. Where's the nearest village to us? Just check on Valan to see how accurate he is.
The nearest village to us is Bitterswell, located just a couple of miles to the northeast. It's a small village with a few hundred residents, known primarily for its quaint rural charm and close-knit community. The village has a history that dates back to the Domesday Book, and it features some lovely countryside views. If we were to fly a bit closer, you might catch a glimpse of the local church and some traditional English cottages.
Thing is, I can't see anywhere called Brittisloe on here. That's what's confusing me. Well, we're getting quite close to Welford as well. Not unless he meant Luttersworth. I'm sure he said Bittersworth. Not unless it's a part of... Hang on a minute. I'm just looking off stream. Did he say Bittiswell or Bittersworth? No, there is something called very similar to that nearby. Hey Toff, how you doing? Just flying over near oh, where was it? Lutterworth. There's Luttersworth over there. And that used to be an RAF base. Now it's turned into a big industrial area. Am I in a balloon? No, no balloon today. I'm in the I'm in my parachute plane, very high up with my parachute. So that's where I am today. So we're just drifting over the countryside. This is the second flight today. The first flight I did, I ended up in Nottingham, so I just wanted to do a test. You got a question? a query, don't mind, ask away. I mean, if I can't answer it, I can't answer it. I mean, if I can, I will. As long as you're not asking me about, you know, the Kama Sutra or anything. I mean, you know. I mean, that's only for people that watch my OnlyFans channel. Anyway. Look at all this mess down here. Look at all these solar panels down here. I like the way that it's put in these like apartment buildings. They're quite funny. I do love how it looks at an image and decides, oh yes, well they look like apartment buildings. I'll put some apartment buildings down there. Anyway, there's Lutterworth, which apparently is where George Stephenson was. Did the spawn a train thing all went well, but notice the AS buzzer not activating or sounding. It is normal because TrainSim World basically wants you to turn it on every time you drive a train. So in TrainSim Classic and in the Wheel World, the AWS has already been activated. Whereas in TrainSim World, if you want to have the AWS on, you have to actually turn it on yourself. So you have to find the switch on the wall or wherever it's hidden and actually turn the AWS on. There is keyboard shortcuts for it as well, Toff. So you don't have to actually find the button. But if you do Control Enter and Shift Enter, that's Enter on the numeric keypad, I think, if I remember. So if you do those, Control Enter and Shift Enter. No, actually it's Enter on your normal keyboard, so it's like the main Enter key. So you do Control Enter and Shift Enter, it will turn on the safety things or turn them off. Although on the 47, obviously it's a little bit different, because on the 47 you have that switch on the wall, which is the cab end thing that you might have to turn on as well. But I don't know if it does that with the keyboard shortcut. So, but for most trains, if you want to get the AWS working, you have to press those buttons. It's annoying that you can't have them on as default, but I think there's a lot of people that don't want them on, which is why it comes up with that message when you're driving saying, oh, you'll get less points if you don't have your safety stuff on. But yeah, it's not, because in TrainSim Classic you get in a train and it just works, doesn't it? It does it already, which is kind of how it is in the real world, because if you're driving a train, it only gets turned off in the depot by an engineer or something. So most of the time when you're actually driving a train in the real world, it's already on, so you don't have to actually do anything to turn it on, because it's already there. Without the dings. Oh dear, Toff. That just, you know, I don't know, what's Mrs. Toff doing? You could ask Mrs. Toff if she can stand behind you while you're driving going, ding. You know, just tell her you'll give her a bunch of flowers or something. Ding. She's shopping. Yeah, you just have to teach her about the signals. You say, Mrs. Toff, if there's a yellow signal coming up on the screen, you have to go ding. Then you have to do a beep. Am I mad? I don't know, Mrs. Toff. So I mean, it's just very hard for me to judge. I mean, I don't know. So yeah, we just have to go with it. I'd have to do Mrs. Toff experience for a few days to get to know all of her likes and dislikes. And then just go from there, really. But anyway, just going over a motorway at the moment. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see where we end up. We went past East Midlands earlier, East Midlands Airport, so just going past some wind turbines. But yeah, that's how it goes, Toff. But it does depend on the train as well. So like if you're driving the 47, sometimes you have to flick that switch down in the cab and stuff like that. It will take you a lot longer than 2 days. Wow. I don't need to know everything, do I? Be like a sampler, right? But yeah, anyway, I hope that helps you out. So yeah, you're not doing anything wrong. It's just the way that Train Sim World is. It's a shame they don't have just like something in the options that have AWS or the safeties on as default or something. But there'll be a lot of people that are new to the game that will come into it and they'll be like got no understanding about it and they'll be confused. And so I think they just think, well, if you want those things on, you can turn them on, and if you don't want them on, then they're not on. It did help, and the spawner train thing is great. Yeah, I like the spawner train thingy, the free roam thing. It's nice. It's quite fun having to shoehorn your way into things. It was they added it in TSW4 originally. It was a good thing that they added in. You know, because there's lots of little things that you can mess about with if you want to. You know, you might, for example, at Doncaster once in a free roam, there was lots of just carriages just plonked about. So I just free roamed in a diesel and picked up all the carriages and drove them somewhere else. But you can do all sorts of things, you know, like you can pretend that you're driving a test train, or you can do a freight train, or you know, you can just mess around with it. They Dovetail have announced that the next UK route comes out on the 4th of March, which is the North London line route, which was done by a third party. I think it was just a guy that's done it all on his own. Although I think Dovetail probably helped with the trains that's going to be in it, I think. But the actual route he did himself. It's only a short route though, but because that line's very slow anyway, it'll probably take you about an hour to drive from one end to the other. But it will link up well with the other North London line route, so you'll be able to. Well, actually, there's 2 other routes it can route hop from. You can route hop on West Coast Main Line South, so you can get off at a station along the route, and then if you want to, you can drive between London and Milton Keynes, or if you want to get off at another station, then you can drive along the Goblin line for a bit. So it's quite good in that respect. But also I think Control Shift Enter, and that also on the German trains it turns on like the PZB and all those other things. So although I think even in Train Sim Classic, if you look in the manuals for some of the German routes and locos, I think Control and Enter and Shift and Enter and that basically did a lot of those things anyway. Right, so whereabouts are we now at the moment? We've just gone past Lutterworth and we're sort of slightly turning to the northeast now. We're about to go past Bruntingthorpe Airport. Husbands Bosworth, and we've got Welford coming up as well. Well, going past. There's the airfield over there, which now I think seems to have a lot of cars on it. Oh, they've even put all the cars on there. That's pretty cool. Wow, yeah, they put all the cars on there. Blimey. So if you want to get a car, this is the place to go. Looks like it's the place to go if you want a car. Did a couple of streams with one PC, worked out quite good, although I did have sound issues. Oh, don't worry about it. The sound issues. I did that the other day. I did a whole stream, and then someone mentioned about the fact that they didn't hear any game sounds the whole time because I had them turned off. But anyway, I did notice you did a stream, but it was quite late, and I didn't realise till the next day because I go to bed quite early. So yeah, I'm someone that goes to bed quite early and gets up early, if that makes sense. But I hope your streams went alright. And I hope some people come in and said aye. At least. Two? Well, two's better than having none at all. As long as there's somebody in chat, even just one person, it really does help. I mean, it's good that you popped in. I had another viewer in a bit earlier, so they were there just talking away as well. So it is nice just to have someone to talk with. Otherwise, I just have to talk to myself and start ranting about train sim and flight sim and things. So, but I do tend to like to talk anyway, even if there's nobody there, because I think, well, it could end up being a VOD. So I'd rather have something going on in the background. But yeah, it's quiet at the moment. I mean, there's Egbert's on holiday at the moment, and Katie's probably busy working, so hasn't got time to pop in. Or maybe she's not even had a notification to say that I'm streaming. That happens sometimes. Sometimes people don't get a notification. So I'm doing these nonetheless anyway. I just fancied it today. I thought, well, let's just see where we end up going. The weather in the Kyrgyzstan wasn't so nice. I thought, well, I'm not going to do one of those today. I think it's going to be later in the week when I do one of those drifting around the world flight things again. I noticed that Dovetail's getting rid of some of the Californian routes really cheap on TSW and TS Classic at the moment, because Caltrain, which is a Californian train operator, they're ending their licensing with Dovetail, so all the routes and DLC that they've had out with that train operating, they have to take it off for sale. So if you own it already, nothing will happen, you still can play it, but if you own it, I think it's the 27th of February where they get taken away. But they're offering the routes really cheap at the moment and the DLC, so you can pick them up for a couple of quid each. So if you're into American trains, and you can check them out on the Steam page and see what routes and DLCs they are. So I already had. They've only got one route out for TSW and then 2 train DLCs. Whereas on Train Sim Classic, I think they had like 3 routes out. I think 3 routes and 2 scenario packs. I think, or it might have been 2 routes and 2 scenario packs. I can't remember, but yeah, they're selling them quite cheap. So again, if you like American stuff, might be worth it if you haven't got them already. Because once they're out of sale, then you won't see them again, probably ever. bit like the other packs that have Dovetail have had to take off the shelves over time. Virgin pack, the Arriva Trains pack, etc. And then they had to take North Wales Coastal off, and South Wales Mainline as well. They had to take off for a while because they had to rebrand them and do versions of them without branding, etc. So yeah. Anyway. God, that truck's driving all over the road. He's like me in Euro trucks, isn't he? Look at him swerving everywhere. He's driving all over the place. Come on, get on the other side of the road. Oh my God, there's going to be a collision. Oh dear. it's just chaos on the roads down there. Oh, cars swerving onto the grass. I don't know. It's terrible. You can see that Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is not a car simulator. They obviously don't know the rules of the road. Right, we're at 36,000 feet now. We're still heading east. And we're heading towards Market Harborough now. We've just gone past Walton's. So goodbye, John Boy. I know that was bad. I know it was bad. I always do bad stuff. So how you been anyway, Toff? If you're still there, that is. Maybe you're off doing other things now. As I said, it's been quite quiet today. It's been quite quiet. As I said, I had a viewer in earlier. But I'm just going to do this flight. I just want to see where we land. I want to see if we land near Nottingham again. First flight I did, I landed near Nottingham, but this flight seems to be behaving a little bit different. I'm using a different weather add-on though. First flight I did was Active Sky. This one is with the Microsoft built-in weather system thing. And before with Active Skies, we were getting lower. We were curving round to the north, which is quite interesting because when I looked on windy.com earlier, it was kind of behaving the same in windy.com. So as I went down the layers, the wind was actually moving round to the north when I was setting lower flight altitudes, whereas on here at the moment I'm just going east. So I'm not sure what to think. We're at 36,000 feet though, so there's still a little while yet before the winds can change direction. But at the moment, just a bit surprised because I thought we'd be going more to the north. But that is based on time as well, because my other flight took a couple of hours. So I mean, the weather can change a lot over an area in a couple of hours. So then, just because the winds were going north at the time doesn't mean that 2 hours later they're going to the north, because that might have pushed off in a different direction. So, I don't know. Going over some sort of stately home down there, I think. Maybe it's Egbert House. Toff Manor. Who knows? Bum 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 bum. Jeff, where's the nearest big town? No worries, Toff.
The newest big town nearby is Rugby, located about 10 miles to our northeast. Rugby is known for being the birthplace of the sport of rugby football, with the rugby school established in 1567, where the game was first played. The town has a rich sporting heritage and hosts the Rugby World Cup trophy in its local museum. It's a vibrant town with a mix of historical architecture and modern amenities, making it a popular spot for both locals and visitors alike.
Yeah, so if you like rugby, then go Rugby. It's just in the land there. Little circles. A little pond down there as well. So yeah, if I feel a bit like it later, probably later on this afternoon, I might do a TSW5 stream with the German loco on the Cross City line. I would like to do that. Drive from Bromsgrove to Lichfield Trent Valley, and then from Lichfield Trent Valley back to Redditch on free roam, just slotting around all the other trains on the Crosswell. Could be quite interesting. See how we get on that. If I do stream that, it'll be about 3 o'clock, I guess. 3 o'clock, probably stream that. So almost up to the cloud layer now, up here. Looks like a little pub or something by a river. It's quite popular. Oh wow, it looks like they've got like a stepped water feature going on over a canal here. Got some canal boats as well. just about to fly over. Where's this? Foxton. So yeah, we're just flying over near Foxton. Looks quite nice on the canal there. Looks like stately home perhaps there. Yeah, we have started to turn slightly now, more to the northeast now. Kind of heading towards Peterborough, although I don't think we'll go past Peterborough. I think we'll go to the north of Peterborough, but Right, so we're definitely turning a bit more to the north now as we descend. We're heading slightly towards Melton Mowbray now, so if you need a pork pie, here's the place to go. Melton Mowbray. So we keep going here. How are we doing for height? I bet all my screens are off now, yeah. Screens are off. Takes a little while to load in everything. Alright, there we are. Okay. Swimming pool cover, isn't it there? Another house, swimming pool. Looks like they were doing that field at the time they did these images. Working their way around. Makes me think of Farm Sim. Some equipment, there's some stuff going on here. Maybe it was harvest time when these photos were being done. Tractor and a trailer, look. Yeah. Something over there as well, vehicle. Looks a bit like a harvester of some sort. I think our ground speed's increased a bit now. I think the ground speed's increased. There's a tractor in that field there, look, doing some bits and pieces. 32,000 feet now, and we're heading more towards the northeast. We're just swinging round past Leicester at the moment. I think we had got some wind turbines coming up shortly. There's a combine harvester there. So yeah, a lot of these pictures must have been done around harvest time. Yeah, you can see there's the tractors doing stuff. As I said, it makes me think of farming sim quite a bit. Doing the old fields. I think we've come this way before in a previous drifting stream, if I remember. We ended up going out towards the North Sea. Let's have a look at the plain view again. So yeah, getting a bit closer to the clouds now. to reload the scenery in again because there's such a big change of the camera has to load in. Of course, if I had more memory, probably a lot quicker, but is that a stately home down there? Maybe a National Trust place. Some gardens. Not an apartment block as is shown there. What's this place called we're flying over? Alexton. Belton in Rutland. This is where we're about to fly over. That's interesting. On the Volanta map there's actually an image of an aeroplane going across a field from the satellite imagery. But no sign of it here on these ones as far as I can see. It's a little bit bumpy up here, doesn't it? Still moving at quite a nice pace though. Very grey though, isn't it? Rainy. Lots of bales here and there in the fields there. Height now we're at, let's see, what height are we? 29,000 feet now, dropping down at about 130 feet per minute. Ground speed of about 40 miles per hour, so you can see that the plane above me is being moved around because it's, you can see the path of the drone being moved to the left and the right. So yeah, this is the second flight today. First flight ended up near Nottingham. This flight today, slightly different direction. Although I think the first flight was affected by the fact that when I opened the EFB, it made the sim stutter quite badly, and I think that affected the way that the plane was behaving. So I think it dropped altitude quicker than it should have done, hence why it went off. Headed north a bit earlier than maybe it should have done, but because of the height that it dropped down to so quick. So I don't know. That's why I did another one. I just wanted to see if there was a difference. And there isn't a bit, although it's behaving very similar. It's just curves round to the north, which is what we're doing now. Just a little pattern there. Just coming over some watery areas. Can make your way around these little lakes. I wonder if people go fishing here or anything, although I can't see much evidence of it. You know, you'd think you would fly over and you'd see like little tents or something, or sometimes these places are set up and there's like chalets or whatever, but maybe this is like a natural reserve for birds and things. It's quite large, really. Little shoreline around here as well, and a pathway that you can walk along. Yeah, those little boxes there, maybe they're like, you know, like where people congregate when they're watching birds, and they can go into a little hut. What are they called? Not a keep. What are they called? Looks like there's one under the water there. But yeah, you can go into like these little huts, and then the birds will do. You can watch birds and things from them. Brummyland. Yeah, that was a bit earlier. I kind of started from Birmingham. We're actually near, where's the nearest town we're at now? Sort of in between Leicester and Peterborough at the minute. That's where we are. And a place called Oakham nearby. What are you now? Same plane. Just flying around over UK. First flight I did this morning from Birmingham, we ended up in Nottingham. So I thought I'd do another flight after. And so just want to see where we end up this time. So we're just flying over like a nature reserve or something. So we'll see what happens. Any castles around? I don't know. Let's ask Jeff. Jeff, are there any castles nearby? I can't visit them though, because I can only go where the wind blows me.
Yes, there is a castle nearby called Rockingham Castle, located about 10 miles to our southwest. This castle dates back to the 11th century and was originally built by William the Conqueror. It has a fascinating history, having served as a royal residence and a military stronghold during various conflicts, including the English Civil War. The castle is still privately owned and is surrounded by beautiful gardens, making it a popular spot for visitors interested in history and architecture.
There you go. So we are quite close to Rockingham Castle. Well, 10 miles away, but yeah. So that is the nearest one, and then we've just got some usual kind of buildings to fly over, which probably don't bear any resemblance to the real buildings, but never mind. Looks like that might be like a pub or something down there, or something. Not sure what that is either. It's got some tennis courts just in the middle of nowhere. Probably related to that lake place. Maybe it's a hotel where you can stay. But yeah, just carrying on. As I said, we kind of started from Birmingham, went east for a bit, and then as we've descended, we've been turning more to the north. So that's kind of where we're at the minute. So we're kind of, as I said, in between sort of Leicester and Peterborough, although we are moving up to the north, so we're heading towards between Grantham and Lincoln at the minute, although they're still quite far away. So we're only doing about 30 to 40 miles per hour, so still quite a distance away. That's if we get that far. But yeah, just got the drone cam down low. Otherwise it would be a bit boring if that was basically the viewpoint that you would see for 2 hours or however long it would be. Just got loading the scenery again. Right. Let's just move the drone cam up. So just heading over a housing estate. Cars parked on the roads. Tennis court over there. Oh, looks like some sort of stately home or something over there. And a pathway that seems to have a lot of trees lining it. So you go down there and it's almost like turns into like a private driveway. Interestingly. Maybe it is a normal road though for people. Just interesting of all those trees that line that spot there that were planted. Looks like a water. What's that coming up here? Oh, it's an old airfield, Woolfox Lodge Air Base. Can you tell me anything about Woolfox Air Base? I think it was Woolfox Air Base, wasn't it? Can you tell me anything about Woolfox Lodge Air Base?
Woolfox Lodge Air Base, also known as RAF Woolfox Lodge, was a Royal Air Force station located in the East Midlands of England. It was primarily used during World War II and played a significant role in the training of pilots and ground crew. The airbase was operational from 1940 until its closure in 1946, after which it was repurposed for civilian use. Today the site has been largely redeveloped, but remnants of its military past can still be spotted if you know where to look.
So yeah, you can see like where some of the old taxiways were and where some of the planes would park up. That might have been where the old control tower was over there. Old taxiways. They've built on some of it. There's part of the runway there. What's left of it? So the runway must have been, I don't know if that was a runway or just maybe an emergency runway. Maybe they used to park along there, and then that's the runway there, heading off. I think there might have been another runway there, maybe. You can see it might have been covered over there, ran from there all the way down across, and then finished at the other end, so a lot of it's under that field now. And this might have been a runway as well. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? So that's cool. Another area over there. It's quite a large area, really, isn't it? What can you tell me about the town called Bourne?
Bourne is a small village located in the East Midlands near the town of Oakham. It's known for its picturesque countryside and traditional English charm. The village features a few historic buildings and is surrounded by beautiful rural landscapes, making it a peaceful spot for those who enjoy nature and quiet living. It's a great place for walking and exploring the scenic trails in the area.
What historic landmarks are at Bourne?
Bourne itself is a small village and doesn't have any major historic landmarks. However, nearby you can find the village of Oakham, which is known for its impressive Oakham Castle dating back to the 12th century. Oakham Castle is notable for its well-preserved architecture and the unique collection of horseshoes that hang from the walls, a tradition that dates back to the medieval period. The castle served as a royal residence and a court for the local lords, and it's a great example of Norman military architecture. If you're interested in exploring more about the area, Oakham is just a short distance away.
So where is Oakham from where we were? I think we went past it. Yeah, we did. So yeah, there was also Castle Birmingham nearby. Is there a place nearby called Castle Birmingham?
Yes, Castle Bitham is located approximately 6 miles to our northeast. It's a historic site that dates back to the medieval period, and while it may not be as well known as some of the larger castles in the area, it offers a glimpse into the architectural styles and defensive strategies of the time. The castle's ruins are surrounded by beautiful countryside, making it a picturesque spot for those interested in history and nature.
Yeah, so we are coming past it. See if we can I think that's it over. It's either there or it's there. It's one of those two. I think. Anyway, I'm going to go at AFK for a few minutes whilst I get something to eat, so I shall leave this on and yeah, just enjoy the view. I'll be right, as they say, right back. think we're just going over Bourne now. And then the next place we'll go over will be near to Spalding. Let's see if we get that far. We're heading towards King's Lynn at the moment anyway. So we're heading towards that kind of area and towards the wash. Will we end up in the water? I don't know. Bit of a tailback there on the road. When that picture was taken. Is that a railway line there? No, I'm not sure. Maybe. No. Might be an old canal or river or something. Stream. Looks like there's a canal there though. Yeah, you can see it. Community swimming pool. And then just about here somewhere there starts some water. And heads off in that direction. There's Bourne. Oh, there's some animals there. They're doing their running on the spot again. Oh dear. It's the cattle gym. Got no idea why they run on the spot. It's just hilarious. Why can't you just stand still? I don't know. It's just silly. Silly, silly, silly. Very flat round here now. You can tell we're getting into that area of the country now. Everything's flat. This is like the UK version of the Netherlands now. Even that car doesn't even want to go near me. It turned away. It's like, I don't want to go that way. Don't even want to drive on the road. The road's diseased. We've got to drive on the side of the road. Oh dear. Oh, looks like fields full of solar panels again. Oh, you've missed a bit. There's a bit here that you haven't done yet. Trying to check to see if that was a... Thought it might have been a runway or something. 21,000 feet now. And we're doing about 20 miles per hour. Still not got into the cloud yet. Getting there though. I wonder where we'll end up. Do you think we'll end up in some water? I don't know. Maybe. We're just going past somewhere called Tongue End. We've got Ripping Gale, Northgate, Crossgate, Spalding, which is kind of over there somewhere. I think that's Spalding there. There's Spalding over there, and then you can see the water in the distance, which we're kind of heading towards, but very slowly. So will we be spared from the water? Find out next week. It'd be interesting to find out what happens when the plane goes into that cloud layer, because we must be getting close to it now. In fact, hang on a second, I just need to do something because it's annoying me. Because I did mess about with my settings earlier, and I want to just change a few things while I'm here. Clouds I want on ultra. I want on 8 times. Water on high. And motion blur I want off. Glass cockpit I want on high. And then sea traffic. Air traffic I want off, traffic quality I want off, and fauna. Oh, there we go. Let's go from there. See, that's a lot better now. Now the clouds look like clouds. Well, they look better than what they did just now anyway. So yeah, slowly moving towards the water. Got a bit of icing on the canopy here. Making our way. So yeah, I think we're going to skirt Spalding now. There's another vehicle in the field there. Let's go up a little bit. Yes, I think that's Spalding over there, and we're heading quite slowly now. Right, I need to be right back again for a few, so I'll be back in a moment. Oops. I go away for a few minutes and this is what happens. Terrible. You end up going through the ground like a digger. Oh, we're in the clouds now. Not much to see out here. Maybe I should have left it on here for 10 minutes. Never mind. As we slowly drift down to Earth. Just for some stats, let's have a look. 17,000 feet now. Dropping at 200 feet per minute. Still quite a way to go though. 17 knots ground speed. We've just gone past Spalding. Which is just over there. We're just going over some buildings down here of some sort. Probably to do with the farm, agriculture. For some reason they've decided to put some buildings on the field, which I don't actually think exist there in reality. I think it's just the way that it's interpreted it. Anyway, I'm sure we'll be down to Earth soon. Down we go. So yeah, we're dropping quite quickly now. Let's just brighten up a little bit. It's a bit dark. Right, we're just about to fly over. Where's this? This is Gosburton. So we've just gone past Wargate. And we're going over Gosburton now. Then we got Quadring and Quadring Udyke or somewhere like that. It looks like we're heading away from the water though, which is good. And we're heading towards Donington, Wigtoft, Bicker, where people like to bicker about everything. Oh, someone's got a large paddling pool in their garden. But yes, it looks like we're skirting away from the water now, although there is some water just down there. As we descend through the cloud here. What's my descent rate now? 300 feet per minute. Yeah, still a while to go. Still about 45 minutes at the current rate of descent before we touch down. Lots of pallets and all sorts of stuff down there. Might be a packing place for food, you know. Don't know what's going on there. Why they've decided to put a row of houses in that field like that. Or over there as well, and over there. There's like whole rows of them. I guess there was something in the ground that made the AI thing think, oh yeah, we've got a house here. Maybe there were things like this, and it saw those and thought all their houses. Don't know. No idea. Right, at least we've avoided most of these rain showers. And we're dropping at nearly 400 feet now. 23 knots. And the plane is still going through the cloud. Look at that rain shower over there, that's pretty cool. You can see where the pylons are, but are there actual pylons? Yes, there are as well. Although that pylon's not in the right place, but never mind. So you can see over there the wash and the but we're moving away from there now, so I don't think we were originally heading towards there, but now we're not, so I don't think we're going to be going in any water anytime soon, unless there's a drastic change of the winds, which I can't see happening somehow. Just over there is RAF Coningsby. Just there. So we're quite close to RAF Coningsby. Fortunately, we're not heading in that direction. It'd be quite fun to have landed there. But looks like we're going to be landing in a field not far away though. Just coming out of the cloud now. As you can see, there's a bit of rain. We're at 3,500 feet now, dropping at about 450 feet per minute. There's actually here, I believe, I think it's here. Is a place called New York. Or it's nearby. It could be there. That could be New York there. That's what it's called, New York. So we almost went from Birmingham to New York. And we went past Boston along the way as well. So yeah, Boston and New York. And then there's RAF Coningsby just in the distance as well. So a little bit of a different flight, this one. How far are we now above? Oh, there we are. But we'll go up to plane level now for the last part of the journey. Might as well. You can just see the end of the runway at Coningsby just over there. That's how far away we are. Not really that far at all. Now all we need is the wind to blow us over in that direction. But as you can see, we're going in a straight line, unfortunately. Come on, drone cam, slow down a bit, will you? Thank you. There we are. A little bit slower. I want it a bit more slower. There we go. That's a little bit better. Right. Yeah. Coming down lower and lower now. So here's Coningsby. Wonder if Ted's over there. Coningsby Ted. It's a shame Egbert's not here at the stream today and he's on holiday, because I think he would have loved the fact that we were actually quite close to Coningsby. But I'll take a screenshot just to entertain him. Another screenshot. See if he wants to take any screenshots today. Yeah, anyway, there's Coningsby over there. Coningsby Ted. Take another screenshot of that. So yeah, quite close. It'd be interesting to see what the mileage is on this one. Hey Noxie, you've arrived just as I'm ending. Nice to see you. Almost got to the runway. Nearly. Yeah. I think we started to almost turn towards there. Yeah, quite close. Quite close. But not close enough. I think this is the closest I've been to a big airfield or military base or whatever. I mean, I did get onto the edge of an airfield once, but there we go. Down we are. And then literally just over here is Coningsby. I don't know if you're about to see anything there on the ground. I don't know if I've even got any scenery from it. I think it's just the usual. But yeah, an RAF base. Jeff, what can you tell me about RAF Coningsby?
RAF Coningsby is a Royal Air Force station located in Lincolnshire, England, and is primarily known for being one of the main bases for the Eurofighter Typhoon aircraft. Established in 1941, it has played a significant role in various military operations and training exercises over the decades. The base is home to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, which operates historic aircraft such as the Lancaster Bomber and Spitfire, allowing visitors to appreciate the aviation heritage of the UK. Additionally, RAF Coningsby has been involved in NATO operations and continues to be a vital part of the UK's air defence strategy.
So there we are. Anyway, we arrived near to Coningsby there, and I'll just have a look on the Volanta map to see where we started from and where we ended. As we did 2 flights today. This is the second flight. First flight we went to Nottingham, and this flight we've done is a little bit further. A little bit different. So we started from Birmingham, our usual place at the airport, and we headed east. We went over near Coventry, and then went past near to Leicester and Peterborough, and then we carried on heading sort of northeast, and then as we got lower, I thought we were going to go into the water around here, but we ended up landing near Coningsby instead. Statistics wise, the flight was 3 hours and 24 minutes long, and we travelled 81 miles, so not very far. Basically not very far in 3 hours, but wow, never mind. It was good nonetheless. Yep. But not too far away at all. Actually, I might have some pictures here. This might actually show you what's at Coningsby. Maybe. If you can actually zoom in enough. Yeah, just Eurofighters you can see here. And, yep. And some hangars and stuff. So, yeah. Anyway, those of you that know YouTube will have heard of Coningsby Ted. So, yeah. Anyway, about 30 miles per hour or something. Yeah, a bit slower than that though, wasn't it really? Probably more like 20. We actually did land quite close to New York, though, Noxie. New York here. Here's New York. And just down the road we went past Boston. So Boston is literally just along here. Here's Boston. So we went past Boston and then we went past New York. So yes, it's been quite a good flight. Lol, considerably smaller. Well, depends on how big you are really, Noxie. I mean, if you're only a couple of inches tall, you might actually think New York is quite a big place. But but anyway, and yeah, but in fact, before we go, maybe I should have a quick look to see what New York looks like before I end the stream. If I can think about where it is. Let's see, New York. It's probably going to be over here. I think this is New York here. Yeah, so here's New York. Look at all those big buildings, those big skyscrapers everywhere. Yeah, there we are. There's New York. You can just about see the Statue of Liberty there somewhere. And right over there is the town of Boston. Right, anyway, enough of that. I need to work out where my plane is. Oh, it's just over here. So anyway, that's going to be it for today. For those of you that watch 2 streams, I'll just have a quick recap actually of the first flight again for those of you that might not have been here for the first flight I did this morning. We started from Birmingham, but I was using Active Sky, and first flight we started from Birmingham, and then we headed up more in a northerly direction past Nuneaton, past Colville, and then we landed in Nottingham, or just on the outskirts of Nottingham, in by a house and in a tree. If you watch my VOD back, you'll see. And that flight was 1 hour and 38 minutes, and we did 43 miles. So yeah. Anyway, I shall leave it there for now, and I shall catch you all again. Thanks for popping in, Noxie, right at the end. Hope you have a good day. To everyone else that was here as well during the stream, we had Toff in, and we had Kathy in as well at the beginning of the stream as well. So it was nice to see you here as well, Kathy. Anyone else that was here that's been lurking? Well, thanks for lurking. No worries. Hope to see you lurking again soon. And those of you that were watching the VOD maybe later on, well, thank you for watching the VOD, and also thanks to Jeff for feeding out some info along the way now and again. But anyway, I shall say ta-ta for now. I'll see you all in another stream. Probably Train Sim World 5 will be the next one. So I'll see you all again for that. Take care of yourselves, everyone. Bye for now.